We will now have the unarmed units of the left half being marched onto the parade ground by the band of the Barbados Defense Force, and they are being marched on to the tune, Let's Join Hands. The first detachment from the left half is a detachment from the National Conservation Commission. They are being followed by the detachment from the Barbados Prison Service. We now have the government security guards. We now have 2 detachments from the Barbados Youth Advance Corps. And finally, the detachment of ex-cadets.
Arm units, shun! Unarmed units will advance! Left turn! Stand at ease. Fall out the officers.
Captain Michael Jules has spent the past 30 years in sports and youth development in Barbados and abroad. As a matter of fact, he started out in sports as a track and field athlete representing his alma mater, the Lodge School, and Barbados, eventually securing a track scholarship to Jackson State University, Mississippi, USA. Captain Jules has spent the past 28 years as a reserve officer of the Barbados Defense Force, attached to the Barbados Cadet Corps. He was second in command of the number 1 Cadet Company, Harson College, from 1994 to 1999, while a teacher there. He was also the training officer of Bravo Company, Turks and Caicos Island Cadet Corps between 2006 and 2008. He's currently the officer in charge of the number 11 Company, St. George Secretary, as well as the number 17 Cadet Company, which comprises all the tertiary institutions, all the private schools, and the Springer Memorial School. Captain Jules is a well-known track and field announcer and commentator who has done announcing and commentary locally, regionally, and internationally. He has become the voice of the Barbados Defense Force, having assumed the role of parade commentator for most parades over 10 years. He is currently the sports coordinator of the Barbados Defense Force, a position he has held for the past 12 years. Captain Jules holds a Bachelor of Science degree in physical education with a minor in health education and a Master's of Science degree.
Troops will be dressed by the conducting warrant officer Class 1,
With freedom
Colin
in our minds,
Marshall.
faith on our hearts,
He is the regimental
pride
sergeant major
on
of the
our soul.
Barbados
We
Regiment
welcome you
and is
to
the most senior
Independence
enlisted
Day
soldier
Parade
within
and
that
the
unit.
National Award Ceremony.
Stand
2022.
still!
Good morning to you.
The front
and
rank
welcome to the
of
historic
the right half.
Oval.
In
I
office
am
this
Tisha Hines, joined by
Warrant Officer Class 1 Cheryl Dean, retired of the Barbados Defense Force.
Well, the parade is already at a pretty advanced stage already as
The
the
left
troops have
half.
marched on.
During his tenure in the force, he attended and completed several military courses with distinction.
A part of what will happen today. So we're
Stand
going to go directly
still.
to you to explain to us where
The
we
center
are
rank.
and what's happening.
Of the right half.
He was the most outstanding student on junior leadership course in '98, on the junior non-commissioned officers cadre in Jamaica in 2000, and on the warrant officers course in Jamaica in 2015.
Stand still. The center rank of the left half.
He has been awarded 3 Defense Board commendations, 2 Chief of Staff commendations, and is a proud recipient of the Service Medal of Honor.
Right half of the parade.
Stand still. The rear rank of the right half.
He has also received the General Service Medal and the Regional Security System Medal.
Stand still. The rear rank of the left half.
The Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders, along with
Ladies and gentlemen, the conducting warrant officer, Warrant Officer Class 1,
parade
Colin
is a
Marshall.
detachment from the National Conservation Commission, the Barbados Prison Service, the Government Security Guards, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, and a detachment of ex-cadets. And for the March past, there'll be a detachment from the Barbados Legion. The parade at the present moment is being dressed, and we also have the band of the Barbados Police Service the band of the Barbados Defense Force.
Now, you were a part of all of this as warrant officer for quite some time. You joined the then Barbados Regiment back in 1975.
Correct.
So talk to us a little bit about what's going through the minds of those who are on parade this morning. It must be a sense of overwhelming pride to start.
To start with, I would say that most of those on parade would have been up since around 0400 hours this morning, preparing, ensuring that the kit is fitting them well. Certainly they would have had a very heavy breakfast, and they would have prepared to get here at Kensington Oval, I would say, since 0600 hours this morning. And it is always a sense of pride to be on a parade, and a parade like Independence Day parade.
Well, there's lots happening in the center of the field here at Kensington Oval, and we know you'd like to get to that as well so that you can see what is happening precisely. We have a great vantage point. We're here at the Players Pavilion at Kensington Oval, and you can see a bit of it, of what is happening just behind us, but always great to experience what is happening. So talk us through how things will unfold this morning. As you said, we have the troops coming on, as well as the other units who will be on parade today, and then we will have the arrival of the dignitaries.
Yes. The parade this morning will be in 4 phases. Phase 1 will be the assembly, exactly what is happening right now, and the form-up of both the armed and the unarmed units. This will be followed by the promenade by the drum corps of the Barbados Defense Force and the Barbados Police Service Band. And in essence, the promenade is telling the officers, wherever they may be, it is time to get ready. And this is an old tradition, to get ready for the parade. The drum corps, having retaken their position with the mass band, will now await the command of the parade adjutant, Captain Michael Jules, to give the assembly, where we'll get the officers marching to their respective detachments. All of that will be part of phase 1. Phase 1 will also consist of the various arrivals, the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force, the Commissioner of Police of the Barbados Police Service, the arrival of the
National heroes.
National heroes.
Well, we're still waiting on that. No confirmation as yet.
Yes.
The Chief Justice, the Prime Minister, Her Excellency, the President, they will all arrive as a part of this phase. The parade this morning, under the directorship of Parade Commander Mark Peterson.
Of the Barbados Defense Force, and the parade's second in command is Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford of the Barbados Police Service, and the parade adjutant, as I said earlier, is Captain Michael Jules, and the conducting warrant officer is Warrant Officer Class 1 Regimental Sergeant Major Colin Marshall. The parade adjutant, Captain Michael Jules, is now going forward to report the state of the parade to the parade second in command, Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford. And I will say that this is a proud moment for the parade's second in command, Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford, from her days as a member of the Barbados Regiment to her early days in the then Royal Barbados Police Force. And she did have a stint as an investigator and also as the first female to be in charge of the Regional Police Training Center.
And speaking of females, there will also be a number 2 detachment of a corps of women from the Barbados Defense Force as well. So we definitely look forward to that, led by Lieutenant Shamar Gollop.
Yes, and of importance will be the 2 detachments from the Barbados Youth Advance Corps. 1 detachment of females and another detachment of males. And it's such a pleasure to see young people, especially those in the Youth Advance Corps, Boy Scouts, and the Girl Guides participating in this parade. And
has been a
I
member
must
of
put
the
in this plug
Barbados Police
here
Service for the
for the Youth
past
Advance
34
Corps.
years.
There are
7
triplets
of those
on parade
years were
this morning.
spent as an
20 years old. Tiffany, Tashina, and Tashana. And they have come through from days in Brungies to Girl Guides, and now they are part of the Youth Advance Corps. And they're all worshippers at the St. Bartholomew Anglican Church.
Well, that definitely is a proud moment. I can tell you that seeing them practice earlier this week or rehearse earlier this week, they definitely did seem absolutely proud of being on parade and being a part of this morning's presentation. So as we get into this morning's proceedings, we're going to explain to you more and more the significance of what's happening. In addition to the Independence Day Parade, it is also the National Awards Ceremony. So there will be some significant awards being given out this morning as well.
During that the parade, second in command, Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford, apologies, now stands the parade at ease.
Parade! Parade! Turn! Officers!
And she will prepare.
Officers! Turn! Officers! Take post in front of your detachments. Quick march!
She will prepare to march the officers on to the parade. Officers are now taking up their positions in front of their respective detachments. Director of Music of the Barbados Defence Force Band, Captain Cole.
To your detachments. Quick march!
The detachments being marched today, their respective detachments. And the music is, in fact, all of the music for this morning's parade were either composed or rearranged by members of the Barbados Defence Force Band or the band of the Barbados Police Service, and also there are a number of pieces by local producers.
Well, this morning there will be 35 national awards presented, 3 Freedom of Barbados Awards, and 3 awards of the Order of the Republic as we celebrate our first year as a parliamentary republic.
In addition, there will be 250 boys and girls, head boys and head girls representing the various primary and secondary schools who will receive their badges this morning, their leadership badges this morning. In one instance, there are 3 who are differently able who will be brought to the President of Barbados, the Prime Minister, and the Chief Justice to be presented with their badges. And once that is completed, there are 108 presenters representing a cross-section of Barbadians who will be presenting these badges to the school children.
Flag bearers!
Second detachment from the Barbados Cadet Corps.
Quick march!
And the flag bearers and the escorts of the various units are now being marched on onto the parade ground. And it's always a proud moment, especially for the flag bearers, to know that you taking the flag of the respective units on parade and the showpiece is on you.
Absolutely. You could see the immense pride on their faces, but also a sense of nervousness, I would imagine, overcomes them as this is the moment they've been working for And it's always great to see the precision that goes into the execution of parades such as this one. I am happy that even though we've moved to a place where we're now a parliamentary republic, we still kept some of our pomp and ceremony for our Independence Day celebration. Much discussion in the past months and weeks about what we should refer to the day as. But on a day like today, as we said when we started, all we can do is be pleased that we have our hearts filled with such immense pride to be Barbadians.
56 years as an independent nation and our first anniversary as a parliamentary republic. And the debate will continue. And eventually.
That's absolutely right.
The parade commander, having been satisfied that all of the troops are on parade, the officers are on parade, the banner parties and the escorts are on parade, will now prepare herself now to hand the parade over to the parade commander, Commander Mark Peterson of the Barbados Defence Force.
And Barbadians continue to arrive, as you can see in the background of the screen there, to get any vantage point to be a part of this. As I said, a few years ago, we started to change up the parade in terms of the interaction and what we do once everything is finished here on the parade square.
And again, as with the COVID pandemic behind us and we're back to a sense of normalcy, you will see the full parade as it was in the past, with the ceremonial march through Bridgetown.
Good morning.
Parade Second in Command, handing the parade over to the parade commander, Commander Mark Peterson of the Barbados Defence Force.
And again, Commander Mark Peterson is a name we would have heard really just coming through the ranks over the years.
He's come through the ranks from being a cadet to recruit, and he's commanded a number of appointments within the Barbados Defence Force. At the age 27, he was the youngest commanding officer of a unit in the Barbados Defence Force.
Commander Mark Anthony Peterson joined the Barbados Defence Force at the age of 18 after being a member of the Barbados Cadet Corps for 7 years.
Coast Guard, the Barbados Cadet Corps, and the Sea Cadets in particular. And this is a good plug also for all of our young people to get involved in the cadets, the scouts, the guys, a discipline or organization. Permit me also to say a good morning to my grandsons and granddaughter who I know are watching the parade.
Good morning to you, and indeed all Barbadians tuned in as well.
Yes.
And this was something that we looked forward to as children. For me and my contemporaries, if you weren't able to make it out to see the parade, we definitely were up early on Independence morning to 1, get some conkies, and 2, catch a glimpse of the troops on parade.
Now the debate continues as to whether the parade should be held at the Garrison or at Kensington Oval. As a logistics person myself, I would say from a logistical point of view, Kensington Oval. From a historic point of view, the Garrison.
Yes.
So the debate continues.
Sentimentality meets practicality. Absolutely.
You would note that the parade commander, the first thing he does is to order the troops to stand at order arms and stand at ease, and this is to let them know that he is now in command of the parade, and his first responsibility will be to march the colors onto the parade. And this will be the presidential color, and the regimental color of the Barbados Regiment and the Coast Guard ceremonial ensign that will be marched onto the parade.
Well, I know last year when we transitioned to a parliamentary republic, it made quite a few changes as well to the colors.
Certainly.
And emblems and things of that nature. So we will discuss that in a bit. But as the colors are marched on to the song, Symbols of Freedom.
Symbols of Freedom.
Let's take it in.
In the past, certainly the Queen's color and the regimental color would have been marched onto the parade to the tune, which was the regimental march. But since we've become a republic, the Barbados, the band of and the director of the Barbados Defense Force Band have written a new regimental march for the colors being marched on and off of the parade. As you can see, on the right is the presidential color, which is the Barbados flag, and in the upper left-hand corner, which is the senior corner of the flag, will be the numeral 1, representing 1st Battalion Barbados Regiment. And then in the center will be the regimental color being carried this morning by Lieutenant Dexter Hope, the presidential color by Lieutenant Ramon Blackman, and the Coast Guard ceremonial ensign being carried by Acting Sub-Lieutenant John Gollop. And also on the color party will be the Senior Warrant Officer Class 2, Azard Weeks, and the other 2 color escorts, Color Sergeant Vaughan, Color Sergeant Lovell, and Chief Petty Officer Street. Those make up the entire color party. The colors are on parade. The troops are on parade. I note that the color party is in the center of the Guard of Honor, because that's the responsibility of the Guard of Honor to protect them. And we now have the various arrivals. First to arrive will be the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force, Commodore Eriton Sherlin, and the Commissioner of Police of the Barbados Police Service, Mr. Richard Boyce. Our door openers for this morning, Lance Corporal Cumberbatch and Lance Corporal Olton of the Barbados Regiment, and A.B. Sobers and O.S. Phillips of the Barbados Coast Guard. The ADCs for the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant Coast Guard Gordon Maxwell for the Chief of Staff, and ASP Pearson McConney for the Commissioner of Police.
The next signatory to arrive is
The parade commander have paid his compliments, recognizing the presence of the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police, and now we await the arrival of the Chief Justice of Barbados, His Honor, Sir Patterson Cheltenham. He is met by the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police. And then will be escorted to the saluting dais, where the parade commander will acknowledge his presence on the parade.
signal her arrival, the trumpeters of the mass bands will play a fanfare.
Hey! Shoulder! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Parade! General salute! Present! Arms! Shoulder! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
You've just witnessed the arrival of the Prime Minister of Barbados, and we are now awaiting the arrival of the President of Barbados, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason.
To signal her arrival, the trumpeters of the mass bands will play a fanfare. All in attendance will be asked to stand for the arrival of Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados.
The escort for the arrival of Her Excellency, the President of Barbados, in command of the mounted troop, Inspector Kierine Grant, her second in command,
Fanfare entitled
Station
Dame
Sergeant
Sandra was
Terry
extracted from the
Ullman.
first 8 bars of the march Dame Sandra. This was deliberately arranged to ensure that there is a melodic relationship between the march and the fanfare. The composer is Mr. Ronald Cummins, retired member of the Barbados Police Service. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason.
The President of Barbados, having been met by the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police, is escorted to the saluting dais, where she will receive a presidential salute and the playing of the national anthem of Barbados.
Presidential salute!
And resplendent in her national colors, presented in a very Afrocentric and beautiful way.
Parade! Shoulder! Arms! Order! Arms!
Please remain standing until the inspecting party commences the inspection. The parade commander will now report the state of the parade to the President of Barbados and invite her to inspect the detachments on parade this morning.
Good morning, Your Excellency. I am Commander Mark Peterson, and I have the honor and privilege to command this morning's parade. This parade is held to commemorate the 56th anniversary of Barbados' independence. On parade this morning are 52 officers and 923 other ranks. The armed units are drawn from the Barbados Coast Guard, the Barbados Regiment, the Barbados Police Service, and the Barbados Cadet Corps. The unarmed units are drawn from the Barbados Boy Scouts Association, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, the Red Cross Society, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Landship, the Barbados Fire Service, the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders, the Ex-Cadets Association, the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, the Government Security Guards, the Barbados Prison Service, and the National Conservation Commission. Also on parade this morning is the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service and the mass band of the Barbados Police Service and the Barbados Defence Force. The parade is formed up in three sides of a hollow square at the open order and awaiting the pleasure of your inspection. Your Excellency, please.
The ceremonial Land Rover being used for this parade was procured in 1985 and is used for all state occasions such as state funerals and Independence Parade. The longest-service driver is now retired Sergeant Lascelles Austin, who drove it for 11 years. The driver for today is Corporal Augustine, who has been driving it for the past 6 years. The vehicle is gas-driven.
And for a vehicle that was procured in 1985, it certainly
Ladies
looks
and gentlemen,
kept in
you may be
pristine
seated.
condition.
It is. And it is only used
Stand
for ceremonial
for
occasions and
the
state
right
occasions.
half. Remainder, stand at ease.
The inspection is done using a ceremonial Land Rover, which will proceed along the front ranks of the detachments. The Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defence Force, the Commissioner of the Barbados Police Service, the Parade Commander, and the President's aide-de-camp
Arm units, Shun.
will accompany Her Excellency on the inspection. The inspection is being done to the music Beautiful and Unspoiled by Cheryl Hackett.
Right half, stand at ease. Left half, Shun. Armed units, stand at ease.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand
Left
as the
half.
inspecting party
Stand
makes their way
at
back to the saluting
ease.
days.
May I have your permission to carry on with the remainder of the parade, Your Excellency, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. The parade commander will prepare for the march past by giving the command troop, which signals the beginning of the mass band salute to Her Excellency, the President of Barbados. They will pay compliments by a march past in slow and quick time.
Parade! Parade! Turn! Troop!
The inspection having been completed,
The march past in slow time will be done to the tune
troop
A New Republic.
This
has been composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers. The mass bands are made up of the bands of the Barbados Police Service, led by
This is the opportunity for the mass band on parade to pay their respect to the President of Barbados in the form of first slow march and then quick march. The band this morning is under the command of Senior Superintendent of Police Andrew Lynch and his second in command, Superintendent Dexter Norville. The other director of music on parade is Captain Brian Cole, who is the director of the music of the Barbados Defence Force Band. The drum majors are Station Sergeant Dane Bascom of the Barbados Police Service and Colour Sergeant Charles Rose of the Barbados Defence Force. The band this year of the Barbados Police Service is celebrating 133 years.
And that is most significant.
Certainly. And the band has certainly, with their repertoire of music, thrilled Barbadians over the years. And recently, they've been appearing in various communities and giving concerts. To the tune A New Republic, arranged by Steve Stout of the Barbados Police Service. The troop in slow time. And we can see the stands in the background all filling up with the Barbadians coming out in their numbers, and I'm sure that when we leave here on the streets, they will also be there to applaud the various units as they march along to where the Prime Minister of Barbados and Cabinet will take the salute in National Heroes Square.
Well, there was a ticketing process to getting to the Oval this morning, and I am sure there's still a lot of people trying to make their way inside. As you mentioned, lots more will be lining the streets of Bridgetown as the troops and those on parade make their way up to Broad Street.
No, Wharf Road. They'll be going up Wharf Road, and they'll be paying compliments to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet in National Heroes Square. And from there, the armed units will go into Independence Square, with the exception of the Barbados Police Service, who will go to Central Police Station, and the unarmed units will all go to Queen's Park, where they'll be all dismissed, and then they'll head to their respective homes, and certainly They will have something to eat, drink, celebrate, and reminisce on what happened this morning. To the tune of Dame Sandra, written by or composed by Ronald Cummins, a former member of the Barbados Defense Force Band. The mass bands will now do the troop in quick time.
You will now witness the armed units march past in slow and quick time.
Stand still! The front rank of the right half! Steady, steady. Stand still! The front rank of the left half! Right! Eyes good! Paid! Standard! Ease! Stand fast, the unarmed units! Armed units! Armed units! Turn! Shoulder! Arms! The armed units will march past in slow and quick time by detachment. The Barbados Coast Guard leading. Move to the right, increase. Right. Turn.
The musical pieces for the March Past in Slow Time are Our Anniversary, composed by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch, Barbados, Our Homeland, composed by Sergeant Steve Sobers, Major Minor, composed by Captain Brian Cole, and Independence Day by Carly Williams.
Ford, Acting Sub-Lieutenant Kelman of the Barbados Coast Guard. The Red Tide, Master Chief Petty Officer 2, Shantine Waldron, and the Left Guide, Color Sergeant Sheridan. Women first joined the then Barbados Regiment in 1974 and served
The first detachment is the Barbados Coast Guard.
and in the Barbados
Detachment commander is Lieutenant Coast Guard Donald Crick. He's assisted by Sub-Lieutenant Kirk Holder and Acting Sub-Lieutenant Jack Callis.
The second detachment is a complement commanded by Lieutenant Shimar Collin, assisted by Second Lieutenant Sheriff Ford and Acting Sub-Lieutenant Sinead Kelman.
The third detachment is made up of the armed forces of the Barbados Defense Force. This is commanded by Lieutenant David Anderson and assisted by Second Lieutenant John Walker.
Next on the passing line to pay compliments for excellence is the Guard of Honor. The Guard is divided into two halves, with the right half of the Guard passing first. The Guard of Honor is commanded by Captain Ashton Cadden. His second in command is Lieutenant Mark Jemmett. Please stand for the passing of the colors. As the Guard marches past in two divisions, the color party is sighted between them. As the colors pass the passing line, the audience has been asked to stand, and on the colors, the presidential color ensign, Ramon Blackman, Lieutenant, and the ensign, Lieutenant Dexter Hope.
Please be seated. The Barbados Police Service is the next detachment on parade. Commanded by Assistant Superintendent Ronald Stanford, he's assisted by Assistant Superintendent Richard Paris and Assistant Superintendent Frederick Catwell.
The number 5 detachment is commanded by Captain Adrian Ward, assisted by Captain Marcella Gibson. This is the first detachment of 3 for the Barbados Cadet Corps. The banner party ensign is Mikhail Gooding. The Sergeant Major is Master Chief Petty Officer Keisha Trotman, and her escorts are Chief Petty Officers Tiffany Garner and Zalicia Corbin. The 6th detachment is commanded by Captain Philip Eno, and he's assisted by Captain Desmond Grant. The seventh and final armed detachment on parade is the detachment of the Barbados Sea Cadets. They are commanded by Sub-Lieutenant Wayne Beckles and assisted by Sub-Lieutenant Petra Seeley. The armed units will be broken into quick time for their march past in quick time.
Quick time! Quick march!
The musical pieces for this march past in quick time are Prestige and Honor by Police Constable Tito Gittins, Symbol of Freedom by Steve Sobers, Service Beyond Duty by Captain Brian Cole, and Claim to Fame by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the armed units.
The unarmed units will now be ordered to march past in quick time only.
Stand fast, the armed units! Unarmed units! Unarmed units! Charge! Unarmed units will march past in quick time by detachments. The Barbados Boy Scouts Association leaders! Move to the right in front of the group! Right! Turn!
The musical pieces for this march past in quick time are a proud occasion by all coaches and captains, blue and gold by Senior Superintendent of Units, Guardians of the Ensign by Sergeant G. Sobers, and Call of Glory by Captain Brian Holt.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Boy Scouts Association of Barbados, under the command of Mark Trotman.
We now have the World Guides Association of Barbados. They are under the command of Miss Margaret Burke.
Ladies and gentlemen, always giving great service to Barbados, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, celebrating 80 years of existence.
We now have the Barbados Red Cross Society under the command of Miss Risa Chapman. The Barbados Fire Service under the command of Marvin Small.
All looking proud this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, the ship has come to the shore. The Landship Association of Barbados.
Let's pay compliments. The Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders under the command of Pastor Noel Denny.
Ladies and gentlemen, protecting our beaches and our parks and our green spaces and offering many more services, the National Conservation Commission.
Next to pay compliments, the Barbados Prison Service, under the command of Dennis Callender.
Definitely representing our national colors, here comes the Government Security Service.
Pay compliments to Her Excellency, two detachments of the Barbados Human Rights Corps.
Ladies and gentlemen, next on the passing line are the ex-cadets, showing that they still have the skills to be on parade this morning.
will witness a special detachment paying compliments to Her Excellency this morning. This detachment is the Barbados Legion. The Barbados Legion is being led by Mr. Michael Stewart, assisted by Lawrence Herbert. The flight orderlies Everton Jordan and his escorts Fillmore Lewis and Charles Johnson. They are marching to the tune of The Few and the Faithful, composed by Sergeant Laura Payne. These veterans are true patriots because although retired, they are bravely weather conditions to once again show their commitment to our church home, Barbados.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. The armed and unarmed units having completed their march past, the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service will next walk past to pay compliments to Her Excellency, the President of Barbados. For the walk past, they will be in line formation. This morning, they are under the command of Inspector Kieran Grant, and their second in command is Station Sergeant Acting Richard Waltz. Music piece for this wall is I Love Barbados by Rick Ford and Harry Malfonte. We will now witness the cultural display by the mass bands and the pilot creative workshop. This performance, produced by the National Cultural Foundation, features the combined bands of the Barbados Defence Force and the Barbados Police Service. They will be joined by the Independence Tuck Orchestra and with a rhythm section led by Kevin Moore, featuring Funka and Rakata International. Also by Israel Foundation, Euphony Steel Orchestra, Painesville Youth Group, and Trumpet Boy Entertainment. The tribute to the Barbados Flagship features participants in an ACS community training The parade commander will dress the detachments and march the troops off in preparation for presentation of leadership badges, national honors and awards, and the Prime Minister's speech.
We are now going into phase 3 of the parade, which will include the presentation of leadership badges to the head boys and head girls from secondary and primary schools in Barbados, the presentation of national honors and awards, the speech by the Prime Minister, a song or melody by an artist. The parade for this phase is preparing to march off, where all of those on parade will get a chance to get some light refreshments, and then they'll march back on for the final phase of the parade, which is phase 4 and includes the salute to the nation.
We're also going to see this morning some wonderful presentations. First, badges to Ashton Hoyt of Workman's, Shalonda Griffith of Irvin Wilson, visual impaired, and Kenna Beckles, who is autistic. And they will be presented by the President, the Prime Minister, and the Chief Justice. Those will be the first few children you see receiving leadership badges this morning. Also, the Director of Finance, Ian St. Clair Carrington, culturalist Elton Dighton Motley, and businessman Ralph Samuel de Courcy Williams are among those who have been recognized in this year's Independence Day honors lists. We will have an opportunity to see all of that. So as we see the
members of the Barbados Legion marching off of the parade ground in preparation for phase 3 of the parade.
And the cultural presentation you saw a little bit earlier really was a production of the National Cultural Foundation, featuring the combined bands of the Barbados Defence Force and the Barbados Police Service. And they were joined by Independent Stuck Orchestra and Rhythm Section led by Kevin Moore, featuring Punka and Ruckacuck International, Is a Vibe, Israel Lover Foundation, Euphony Steel, Haynesville Youth Group, and Trumpet Boy Entertainment. The tribute to the Barbados Landship featured participants of the NCF's community training in intangible cultural heritage, and is currently ongoing across the island. And the training program was coordinated by the Pinelands Creative Workshop led by Sophia Durant-Ford, whom you saw in that gorgeous headdress.
Yes, that's the headdress of an admiral in the landship. And I must admit that Kensington is full this morning. Not to capacity, but certainly lots of Barbadians and visitors are here taking in the sight this morning.
Many of the organizations we saw on display this morning are celebrating many years of giving of service to us here in Barbados and indeed across the region. The St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, for example, are celebrating 80 years this year. So we've had so many organizations who've been a part of this morning's presentation.
The Band of the Barbados Police Service, 133 years. The Mounted Troop, 142 years. And there's certain individuals on parade who, from my interaction with them, have also been on parade for a number of years. For example, Sergeant Gill of the Barbados Police Service, he's been on parade for well over 40 years. Mr. Smith from the Government Security Guard Service, he too was on parade for a number of years since 1986. And John Eiffel, also from the Government Security Service, since 1981.
And it was really heartening to see the Barbados Youth Advance Corps on parade with a big detachment of girls leading that section of the presentation.
There are approximately 60 females on parade, consisting of the females of the Barbados Youth Advance Corps and another detachment of males of approximately another 65 also. And I just want to put in a plug here for our young boys and young girls. Join the service. Join an organization. The Boy Scouts is available. The Girl Guides is also available. The Barbados Cadet Corps is also available. And I'm sure if you are at a church, within the Anglican Church, the Church Lads and Church Girls Brigade, they're not represented on parade this morning, but you can also join them. And then where the Seventh-day Adventist is concerned, the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders. You saw them in their numbers this morning, along with their band. And had not for COVID pandemic, I'm sure that a number of personnel from the various organizations would have been on parade this morning. It's good also to see the little darlings watching the parade this morning. Perhaps at some stage they too will be on parade.
Passing the proverbial baton. Now, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados also celebrates its 104th anniversary today, November 30th. It started back in 1918. So definitely a momentous day for many and significant in numerous ways for us as Barbadians and the organizations here on display as we prepare for the presentation of leadership badges to the head boys and girls of the secondary and primary schools in Barbados. We see them make their way onto the field here at Kensington Oval.
Approximately 250 boys and girls from the various primary and secondary schools, and they will be presented with their leadership badges this morning by a number of representatives both from Parliament and corporate Barbados.
And I can just imagine what a proud moment this is for these young people to be able to contribute in such a way, be a part of such a presentation on Independence Day.
From speaking to them on Saturday morning, while they were here going through their rehearsals, they were all looking forward to this occasion. The future of Barbados, our young men and our young women.
And we're going to see them representing schools across primary and secondary levels, as well as public and private primary and secondary schools. The leadership badges will be presented in alphabetical order in terms of the names of the schools.
Certainly. And you notice that one or two of the secondary school children are all bedecked in their blazer.
Now, I recall when a few years ago, this particular part of the award ceremony was added, and it really took some tweaking over the years. As they say in show business, it's almost most difficult to deal with the little ones sometimes.
Yes.
But I think we've come to a place where we now have it, as you say in Bajan parlance, down packed.
And kudos must go to those officers, warrant officers, and senior NCOs of the Barbados Defense Force who were responsible to ensuring that everything is down pat and in order for this aspect of the parade. The parents also came out to ensure that the children were here and that everything was in good order.
It's wonderful to see Barbadians and visitors alike bedecked in their beautiful Barbados colors as we celebrate today. As we mentioned previously, well over 250 students representing their schools and receiving leadership badges today.
A parade of this magnitude calls for a lot of coordination and planning. Watching this aspect of the parade, I wish I were a child to receive a leadership badge from the President of Barbados or the Prime Minister or the Chief Justice of Barbados. A very proud moment for those three students.
Ashton Hoyt, Shalonda Griffith, and Keena Beckles. receiving
Heartiest
their badges.
congratulations to them.
That's right, receiving their badges from the President, Prime Minister, and Chief Justice. Look at the smile on that little face.
And it shows the all-inclusiveness, that no one is left out. Years from now, we'll be still talking about this aspect of the parade.
As members of Parliament look on from the sidelines.
In a little while, they too now would take their place on the parade ground, the members of Parliament and representatives of corporate Barbados, to present leadership badges to the boys and girls.
A number of schools are also celebrating in a major way in 2022. Elliott Belgrave Primary, for example, 130 years in existence. Celebrating 25 years, Hilda Skeen Primary, also 26 years this year to Imperial Private School. St. Christopher Primary, 24 years on December 8th. In September, We had St. Luke Brighton Primary celebrating 43 years, 51 years in October to the Darrell Jordan Secondary, 50th anniversary in September, the St. George Secondary School, and 40 years this year was marked for the Ann Hill School.
The second set of leadership badges are being presented at the present moment. Honorable Dwight Sutherland, the Honorable Sandra Husband,
And this must be a significant time for the MPs as well and the ministers, as this is one of the few moments they get an opportunity to engage with children at the school level at an event of this magnitude.
Apart from the members of parliament from both houses, there'll also be permanent secretaries, selected permanent secretaries, who will be also presenting the badges this morning. And I'm sure that there is some word of advice, some word of encouragement being given to all of those children.
Following the presentation of the leadership badges to the head boys and girls, and this is a look at what the badge looks like, certainly something to cherish for years to come. We will have the presentation of national honors and awards.
The National Honors and Awards will be presented for Freedom of Barbados, the Order of the Republic, the Honorary Order of the Republic, Gold Award of Achievement, Gold Trident of Excellence, Silver Trident of Excellence, the Barbados Service Star, the Barbados Service Medal, the Barbados Bravery Medal, and in all, a total of 35 persons will be presented with either honors or awards.
This morning, we're pleased to say that included in those honors, we have Trevor Antonio Thorpe, JP, who receives a Barbados Service Medal for his service as a media practitioner and his contribution to the development of motorsports in Barbados, and Bonnie Michelle Leons, who receives a Barbados Service Star for her dedication to the empowerment and integration of the deaf community into mainstream society in Barbados. Of course, I'm a little biased. They serve with us at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation.
Well, let me put on my other hat and congratulate the holder of the Gold Award of Achievement, Lieutenant Colonel retired Florence Gittins. Then Officer Cadet Gittins joined the Barbados Regiment in 1974, 1 year before I joined in 1975, and served with distinction, especially in the medical field. For her commitment and dedication to the medical field in the Barbados Defence Force, the medical unit, the Barbados Medical Unit, was renamed the Florence Gittins Medical Unit. Congratulations to Lieutenant Colonel retired Florence Gittins, Gold Award of Achievement.
We look forward to those presentations coming up shortly. But as we continue to present the leadership badges, another tranche of students will come forward, or rather, the presenters will move in place to present the leadership badges to the young people already in place.
I recognize the Anglican Bishop of Barbados, the Reverend Michael Maxwell, as one of the presenters.
And all of this takes a great deal of coordination, because to get the children out, to get them
Yes.
here early, to
In
get
fact,
them all together.
There was a photo just now of Lieutenant Colonel Gittins, Florence Gittins, in the picture, presenting one of the leadership badges also to one of the school children.
Today really is a culmination of months and weeks of rehearsals and planning and meetings.
Certainly. And we must give thanks and praise to the Parade Marshal, Captain Shane Drakes, and his assistant, Warrant Officer Class 2, Braffett, and Reverend Dr. John Rogers, Rector of the St. George Parish Church. Also one of the presenters, the Honorable John King. Senator John King, also one of the presenters this morning. And all of the other agencies that were involved in ensuring that the parade this morning was a seamless one. The National Cultural Foundation, the Prime Minister's Office, the Barbados Police Service, the Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Defense Force, to name a few. Senator the Honorable Pat Paris. Senile moment there. Senator the Honorable Pat Paris, a member of the Lions Club of Scotland. And now what seems to be the final set of leadership badges to be presented.
And I'm sure many Barbadians are happy to see that this part of the presentation takes such prominence,
Certainly.
because it sends a wonderful message to these young boys and girls of how important they are to Barbados, to independence, to our nation moving forward together, and to them being the next leaders of our country.
I was just going to say, so I'm sure that apart from cherishing this moment, a lot of them will now go on and see this as the foundation for leadership within their lives, within the country of Barbados. And I congratulate each and every one of them.
And indeed, it is a great mixture of some of the folk from Parliament, parliamentary representatives, some of the heads of the civil service, and as you mentioned, members from both houses of Parliament presenting these badges. We're down to the last two lines of students.
Yes, certainly.
Of the total of over 250. So absolutely a great presentation. Again, having the young people of Barbados on display for the umpteenth time this morning, to use a Bajan phrase, a Bajan term. Now, for the cultural presentation, we were supposed to have a special presentation earlier by Rupi. I know a lot of people were looking forward to that. Unfortunately, he's unwell and wasn't able to make it. He was going to perform his popular I Am a Bajan, certainly a favorite at this time of year. And these are some of the younger ones with their badges in hand, as a few older students make their way onto the field here at the Mecca. This morning started well before we came on air this morning, though. Many of the young people you're looking at, the dignitaries, the people who helped to organize, those who participated in the parade, their day really started before the day started.
That is true. In the military, your day would have started around 0400, perhaps even earlier than that. I know that those who were responsible for ensuring that the lines were marked again this morning, the flags were up and everything, they were here at Kensington Oval from as early as 0330. And when I got here just around 0500, they were there waiting.
We invite Carol Roberts-Rickford
to read the citations for the national awards.
Your Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Honor, Patterson Cheltenham, Chief Justice. Members of Cabinet, members of the Senate and of the House of Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, happy 56th anniversary of independence. This morning, on our anniversary, 34 outstanding citizens, 27 of whom are present today, and who are awarded in this year's Independence Honors, will be acknowledged and presented in the warrants. This year's awards have been made in the following classes: the Order of Freedom of Barbados, National Honor, constituted by the Order of Freedom of Barbados Act, August 15, 2019. The Order of the Republic, the Honorary Order of the Republic, the Gold Award of Achievement, the Gold Trident of Excellence, the Silver Trident of Excellence, the Barbados Service Star, the Barbados Service Medal, and the Barbados Bravery Medal. The Order of Freedom of Barbados for distinguished and extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, and to humanity at large. Today, 3 awards will be presented. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, conferred on Mr. Ian Sinclair Carrington. At a time when Barbados needed sound, steadfast economic guidance, Ian Carrington worked tirelessly in government's efforts to ensure stability and confidence both at home and abroad. From Director of National Insurance to the Director of Economic Affairs, his vast experience and keenly crafted acumen placed him at the forefront of the team tasked with ensuring economic recovery and sustainability in an increasingly uncertain and volatile global fiscal space. Since 2018, as we have experienced myriad economic challenges, Ian Carrington has each and every time gone above and beyond the call of duty for love of country. The Order of Freedom of Barbados to Ian Sinclair Carrington for his distinguished career in the public service and exceptional leadership of the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, BERT. Elton Dighton Elombe Motley, the most committed, passionate, and informed pioneer and champion of the arts and culture in Barbados, both pre- and post-independence. He has selflessly advocated for the development, promotion, and preservation of all aspects of our culture, tangible and intangible, with particular emphasis on schools and communities. From Yarrable House to the Steel Shed, Carrie Festa to Cropover and NIFCA, his advocacy and creative thought has inspired generations of cultural practitioners. As the first director of the National Cultural Foundation, He was charged with crafting and sharing its philosophy as a premier agent for national development. His prolific writings, published in 7 books, extensive music library, and impressive art collection, is proof that his contribution to our way of life is not just polka, but positively extraordinary. For his distinguished service and outstanding contribution to fostering a sense of national identity and consciousness in generations of Barbadians, the Order of Freedom of Barbados is conferred on Elton Dighton Ilombe Motley. Mr. Ralph Samuel de Courcy Williams. 50 years ago, Ralph Busy Williams transformed his love of science and entrepreneurial prowess into one of Barbados's leading corporate entities and employed them in the delivery of world-class products and services. A staunch proponent of renewable energy solutions for almost every aspect of daily life, he has led this cause by example, promoting the multiple virtues of electric vehicles and photovoltaic energy solutions. For his outstanding contribution as an entrepreneur and a pioneer of the Green Economic Development Initiative in Barbados, the Order of Freedom of Barbados is conferred on Ralph Samuel de Courcy Busy Williams. The Order of the Republic for distinguished national achievement and merit. Today, 3 awards will be acknowledged. Not with us today, but I do ask for your acknowledgement for the conferral of the Order of the Republic to Dr. Philomeno Ann Mohini Harris for her sterling contribution to medicine and distinguished service to the Indian community as Honorary Consul of India. Order of the Republic to Mr. Christopher Mark Gibbs, also not with us today, but please acknowledge his outstanding contribution to the entertainment industry as a member of the renowned Merrymen Group and as an athlete for Barbados. The Order of the Republic conferred on Dr. Christopher Fitzherbert Hackett for his stellar career as a Barbadian international public servant, serving as ambassador at the United Nations, and for his contribution to sustainable development. The Honorary Order of the Republic is conferred on a distinguished person who is not a citizen of Barbados, but may be conferred an honorary appointment to the Order of the Republic, where it is desirable that the person be so honored by the nation Barbados. Not with us today, but please do acknowledge his outstanding contribution, Mr. Gurdit Bath, for arranging the logistics and facilitating the transportation of 100,000 AstraZeneca vaccines from India to Barbados in February of 2021, thus allowing us to commence our vaccination program against COVID-19. Please acknowledge the Honorary Order of the Republic to Mr. Gurdit Bath. The Gold Award of Achievement for meritorious service or achievement in Barbados or a community within Barbados. 1 award will be conferred this year to Lieutenant Colonel retired Florence Edith Wyndham Gittins for her contribution to nursing, the military, and disaster emergency management in Barbados. The Gold Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. 5 awards will be presented today. Miss Kathy Bernadette Harris for her outstanding service and generosity to the underprivileged children and families in the Westbury community in particular, and the wider Barbadian community. Mr. William Alexander Lindsay Hines for his pioneering work in developing photovoltaic energy in Barbados. The Gold Trident of Excellence, conferred on Mr. Wayne Gregory Gordon Norville for his commitment to animal care and protection, rescuing animals from perilous situations, and his decades of service to the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The Gold Award of Excellence conferred on Dr. Michael Timothy Fakuri for his distinguished service in the field of medicine and anesthesiology and sterling contribution to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. The Gold Award of Excellence conferred on Mr. Mark Winston St. Hill for his sterling contribution to retail and business banking locally and regionally. The Silver Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. 5 awards will be conferred this morning. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Miss Annette Patricia Beckett for her stellar representation of Barbados in netball internationally and for her efforts as an administrator to improve the sport. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Mr. Selwyn Lloyd Brooks for his sterling contribution to engineering and in the field of disaster management. Two honorees are not with us today, but they're certainly worthy of our acknowledgement. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Jeanette Solita Linton for her outstanding work and efforts to assist persons living with cancer in Barbados. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Mr. Mark Peter Zephyrin for his outstanding civic duties and entrepreneurial spirit whilst building a sustainable Barbadian business brand. The Silver Trident of Excellence conferred on Mr. Kenneth Carlisle Went for his outstanding activism and contribution to the development of the utilities and telecommunications industries in Barbados. The Barbados Service Star is awarded for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. The Barbados Service Star and 7 awards will be conferred this morning. Not here with us, Mr. Orville Best for his outstanding service to the Parliament of Barbados and to the community at large. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mr. Lemuel Edward Daniel for his meritorious service to the Barbados Workers' Union. She's not able to be with us today, but again, I ask for our rousing acknowledgement for her outstanding achievement. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mrs. Edith Loretta Edgar for her stellar contribution to the development of the Barbados Public Service in her role as an Executive Secretary. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mr. Adrian Walter Donovan for his outstanding service to sports development in Barbados. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mr. Owen Oliver Moore for his dedication and service to the fishing industry in Barbados and the region. The Barbados Service Star is presented to Mr. Pearson Sylvester Springer for his dedicated service to the church and the community, in particular to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Mrs. Bonnie Michelle Leonce for her dedication to the empowerment and the integration of the deaf community into mainstream society in Barbados. The Barbados Service Medal is awarded for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. Today, we confer 7 such awards. The Barbados Service Medal to Major Irvin Alwyn Boyce for his outstanding contribution to the teaching profession and his dedicated service to the Barbados Defense Force, in particular, the Barbados Cadet Corps. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Mr. Granville Joubert Carter for his contribution as a long-standing advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities and his commitment to working with persons who are visually impaired. The Barbados Service Star conferred on Miss Lavon Othella Goodman for her outstanding community service to urban Barbados. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Miss Andrea Wendy Knight Hunt for her outstanding contribution in the field of banking. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Miss Pauline Yvonne Ross for her dedicated community service. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Miss Janice Yvonne Smitten for her contribution of over 40 years working to help persons with disabilities. The Barbados Service Medal conferred on Mr. Trevor Antonio Thorpe for his service as a media practitioner and his contributions to development of motorsports in Barbados. The Barbados Bravery Medal for acts of bravery in hazardous circumstances. Today we present 3 awards. To Mr. Shakwan Shakian Ian Price for placing himself at risk while preventing extreme loss of property and loss of life from a house fire in Eastland Land, Britainsill, St. Michael. The Barbados Bravery Medal. The Barbados Bravery Medal, conferred on Mr. Mitchell David Curtis Roach for placing himself at risk while preventing extreme loss of property and loss of life from a house fire in Eastland Land, Britainsill, St. Michael. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just a few days ago, we all heard of the selfless and brave act of a young student of Barbados who placed herself at risk towards saving a senior citizen and preventing loss of life as he experienced an apparent seizure which occurred on public transportation. Today, the Barbados Bravery Medal is presented to Miss Carisha Kimberly Skeet. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you stand and acknowledge this year's National Honors awardees, proud and loyal sons and daughters, all of the Republic of Barbados. Your Excellency, I thank you. Just one final note of acknowledgement. Today, we also salute the children of Barbados by recognizing the creativity, perseverance, and national spirit of 3 young Barbadians in particular. And they are here today, and I ask them to stand. Joshua Toppin, 9 years old, Jordan Sargent, also 9, and Trey Licorice. And if you look at the screen, you will see what they produced over a period of 2 months. We'll bring it back up for you. They constructed a giant Barbados coat of arms comprising almost 26,000 Lego pieces. And they presented their piece of art to the country on Monday. On behalf of the children of Barbados, thousands of whom are present today, and Joshua, Jordan, and Trey, we salute you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to address the nation the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Barbados. One more time, good morning, Barbados. We're outside at last again. Please sit. Madam President, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, let me start this morning by saluting you on the first anniversary of becoming our first Barbadian head of state and carrying us on a journey that is so necessary for us to continue to have the confidence to navigate our way through this difficult world. And to the rest of Barbados, let me say, happy independence, 56 years onwards and going, inspired and exulting free. I start here because we have not been able to gather at these hallowed grounds for virtually 3 years, and it feels good to be back at Kensington Oval. I want to say thank you because we can only today be standing because of the efforts of so many tens of thousands of Barbadians to help lift this country and all who lived in it through the very difficult and tumultuous 2.5 years that we've experienced. My friends, we all know that the world is in flux, and the world has been accustomed to change. But what we face now is perhaps unique. Before coming here this morning, I reminded myself to look at the last UN Human Development Report, which had a staggering statistic that I used to remind us that we are not alone, but we can make it. Regrettably, 90% of the world's countries have experienced 2 consecutive years of decline in the quality of life, not because of anything done specifically by a country, but because of the combination of the various crises that the world now faces. I have therefore come this morning first and foremost to say thank you to Barbadians, thank you to Bajans for allowing us to be able to stay the course. And as we saw in the presentation this morning from the Barbados Landship, to know how to navigate rough seas. I also want to talk a few minutes to our young people, in particular our young mothers and fathers, and indeed to our young people who are here and our students. We know that for many of you, this has been a difficult period that has been unparalleled. But I want to tell you that for many of your parents and grandparents, it is equally unparalleled too. And therefore, we accept that there may be a lot of angst and a lot of mental difficulties that people have in understanding how to cope through these times. But my friends, I am here to remind us that we come from a proud and a resilient people, and that our forebearers have gone through much more at a personal level, requiring sacrifice, requiring resilience, an ability to endure oppression and pain. And as we therefore come to the task of trying to cope from cost of living to mental anguish to the awful aspects of the pandemic, including those who we lost and those who lost during the pandemic, we say to all of us that we have in our national hero, Rihanna, a gift that was given to the world recently, a gift in her lullaby, most appropriately given for us to be strong and to hold up, to lift us up, and to see the light, and not to be afraid to say that we need love and we need light. And I give this message this morning because many of us are sometimes not aware of the burden that people carry. We ask you, as we continue to reflect the best values that have gotten us where we have, never to forget that it takes just a pleasant smile or an easy word very often to lighten the spirit of someone and to give them the strength and courage to make the next few steps. This country has what it takes to get there. But we, as a people, must continue to reflect it. Over the course of the last few years, I've tried to be able to reinforce a few principles. And those principles are as important today as they were when I started to speak about them. We must live by the principles that allow us to share the burden, and equally to share the bounty whenever it comes. We must also recognize that we do not have to carry the burden ourselves alone, and that many hands, yes, many hands make, and that must continue to be our motto, because when you come from a small nation, very often you cannot do it alone, and it is only through the principles of solidarity and our ability to share the burden that we will make it. But there's one other that goes above all else, and the Lord Bishop is with us today, and he may well remind us of the golden rule: to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And you may say, why is the Prime Minister speaking about these things this morning as we celebrate the first anniversary of our parliamentary republic and the 56th anniversary of independence? Because, my friends, sometimes we need to remember that this country will only be as good and as great as we are prepared to treat each other and to create the space to allow each other to be the best that we can be. We have had some difficult times that go beyond what the world has given us with the climate crisis and the pandemic and the cost of living and the disruption of the supply of the many things that we need. We too have not sufficiently been able to bring some of our people out of the bosom of poverty, both mental and economic poverty. And I say to you that in some instances it is no fault of yours. And over the course of 56 years of independence, but over the course equally of 72 years of universal adult suffrage, where we took responsibility for building our democracy, we have not been able to bring all on the train yet. But that does not mean that this generation will not accept their leg of the relay race and work across Barbados to be able to reach those of you young mothers and young fathers who wonder each night how you are going to keep your children safe and how you will provide for them. And young men and young women, young boys and young girls, we have to remember that the house that we live in, called the nation of Barbados, requires us not to just be spectators, as we are, many of us today, but to be active citizens like those who were on the field marching and saluted our nation, recognizing that just as a house needs care and attention, that it can't only be about the ownership of the title deeds to the house, but it is also about the care and attention to build and maintain and to fix and to do what is necessary to preserve the house as whole. Then equally in the nation of Barbados, in the communities of Barbados, in the families of Barbados, there's a role for each and every one of us. For that is the only way we shall keep our families, our communities, and our nation safe and whole. Yes, we have to reinforce the message that some of us may not always get our way, that some will always, and everyone must always, have the ability to have their ideas contend, but eventually some will prevail and some will not. And we have, as we do in our individual lives, to appreciate how to manage disagreement and discord without resorting to violence, be it domestic violence or the use of that awful tool that has caused so much misery across the globe, but in particular in the Americas, the use of guns that don't walk and talk on their own, but can only become useful to someone if someone has the willingness to take it up and use it and to hurt someone else. My friends, the world is not easy, but we do not need to add to our problems. And I ask us today to reflect on the fact that there has always, as children and as adults, to allow a wrong sometimes to be the last wrong, to allow a done to take place, to use a Bajan phrase. You just sometimes have to walk away. And since we are at Kensington, I can say, you just sometimes have to raise the bat and leave the ball outside the off stump. And why? There are many before us who have fought and who have suffered way more at a personal level. The people of South Africa know what it is to have lived separate and apart and to be persecuted in our lifetime purely because of the color of their skin, something that our forebears knew. And in spite of all of that, and in spite of the thousands and tens of thousands of people who were killed, they found it within their spirit to recognize that dead men do not walk and talk, and that we must live for the living, and that we must ensure that we rise above all disagreement and all the bad and the oppression that has been done in order to be able to build a new reality, a new future, and one that allows each other to coexist. This is not easy, but it must be what we commit to as a people, as a community, as families. And I ask us equally to reflect that as we do that, that all Barbados, I hope, will join us in a program to wise up. Wise up, because it is the wisdom of our grandparents and our great-grandparents and our great-great-grandparents that they passed down to us with the sayings that I keep using, because I don't want you ever to forget the proverbs and the sayings. When an old person tell you, warm blow is kill old cow, what they're really telling you? That one step at a time you can achieve the mission. When they tell you greedy must wait, hot will cool, they're telling you to take your time and that you will get all that you want, but if you're too hot and too hurried, that you may get burnt. And there are a whole host of sayings that guide us through the rites of passage. And that is why we will continue to protect the wisdom of our people in guiding this nation. Not only the Charter of Barbados, not only the Constitution of Barbados, but the wisdom of our people. In addition, I ask you to remember that we don't need certificates to pass on that wisdom. We need care and we need commitment to each other. This country may have a statistic that 1 out of every 5 is living below the poverty line, and that is unacceptable. But the corollary to that is 4 out of every 5 are living above it. And if we use the example that guided us safely through COVID, that we must work together, public and private sector, men and women, young and old, across every division, across every grouping and sector, then I know that we shall make it safely. In addition, we have to set a few missions if we are going to be world class by 2030. Prior to the pandemic, we hoped when I set out that mission in 2020 that we could have done it by 2027. But like with life, there are obstacles. And when we have the obstacles, we refocus and we reset the mission. Now that we are out, it is time to ensure that the COVID comatose mindset is put behind us and that we refocus and reset the mission. Against this backdrop, I hope to be shortly meeting with the social partnership and with civil society for us to set a series of missions that should unite all Barbadians in the effort of allowing us to become world class by 2030. We do not believe that the government has the only perspective on what these goals should be. But I share today the 5 that we will put before the social partnership and civil society so that within the next 2 months we can settle such that we can apply our efforts in the public and the private sector to achieving these goals. 1, against the backdrop of a climate crisis and a world that is losing the biodiversity, that is losing almost and has almost 1 million animals and insects that can become extinct and therefore can threaten our food supply, the first goal must be to green Barbados and to ensure in greening Barbados that we protect our food supply. The second goal must be for a healthy and safe Barbados for all, and none of us need any explanation after the last 3 years as to what that will mean. The third must be to use the platform of education that we have invested in for centuries, but in particular in our modern existence, to create a knowledge and innovation hub. And the fourth one must be to leverage our geography, that Barbados must be an entrepot for the West in the Southern Hemisphere, recognizing that geography has always mattered, but it was used for the wrong and nefarious purposes for too many centuries of our development. We must now use it for the benefit of Barbados and Barbadians, that geographical position. And finally, my people, the fifth must be the economic enfranchisement of our people. And it is not by accident that we salute you, Mr. Ralph Busy Williams, for your model of ensuring that the workers who have worked with you have become owners of all that they have helped you build. Because if we are to be truthful to the journey that we have traveled, then it must not be simply for capital to get returns. But if we share the burden, we must share the bounty with labor, because we must be labor not just by name, but by all that we do and by nature. My friends, I trust that we as a people can come together at this most difficult and challenging time globally. There will always be a pull to pettiness. There will always be a pull to sweat the small things. And by sweating the small things, I do not mean looking and helping small people. I mean the things that can cause us wrath and ire when the day comes. And I too have to look in the mirror and deal with that for myself. And I ask you to also recognize that that is a personal conversation each of us must have when we look in the mirror, if we are to love the mirror image as Errol Barrow exhorted us to do in that famous mirror image speech. So we look for light. And today, this morning, our gracious God has blessed us with that. I ask us to leave this ground on this day, committing to work with one another, committing to help each other, recognizing that sharing the burden and sharing the bounty must be something we live every day, recognizing that helping others to make many hands make light work must be lived every day, recognizing that we must do unto others as you have them do unto you each and every day. And I ask you to add to that which comes from our African ancestral homeland, the principle of Ubuntu, that I am because we are, that none of us can survive collectively without each other. We may remember the old proverb that it takes a village to raise a child. And in a funny way, even though it was meant for evil, as Genesis reminds us, the Lord meant it for good. For when our families came here and were separated in Bridgetown, less than a mile away from here, it taught us the virtue of having others who may not be our blood relatives raise us to become men and women. I ask us to go back to these virtues, because if we get these things right in our families, in our communities, then instead of government fighting to lift 1 out of 5 out of poverty alone, the other 4 who are above the poverty line will join hands and lift all Barbadians out of poverty. I ask the young people to remember that sometimes those who are with you may not always be doing the right thing. Call them one side and talk, because there is no joy to be gained when we see our own fall. And ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Barbados, I ask us to be strong, to be courageous, and to remember these values. And I will end in the words that I use from the Talmud all the time, that we may not be expected to complete the task. Where you are in your families, your work, where I am, where the cabinet is, where the public servants are. But we are not at liberty from resigning from it. The days will be hard. The seas will be rough. But my people, we are up to the task. And we can show the world our small country, 166 square miles, 300,000 people, can defy all that is happening to be an example and a beacon of hope and light. Join us on this journey, and do so as proud Barbadians as we celebrate yet another year of nationhood. God bless Barbados. God bless BIM on Independence Day. Thank you.
We will now witness a musical presentation by saxophonist Romaro Graves, who will render I Am a Bajan. Ladies and gentlemen, saxophonist Romaro Graves, actually rendering my country to me by Mark Lord.
The parade will now be marched back on the parade square, and we will prepare for the salute to the nation.
Well, we experienced quite a bit of the ceremony to go
Certainly.
along with the pomp.
Small. No, the answer is no. They say too small. I do. Because it's very hard.
The parade is now preparing for the final phase of this morning's ceremony, phase 4, and this will include the salute to the nation. And included in this phase will be the prayers, the pledge, 21 gun salute, 3 cheers for Barbados, the final salute to the nation, and the departures in the order of Her Excellency the President, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Chief Justice, and the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police, and then finally the ceremonial march to Bridgetown.
Even though the presentation of leadership badges to the head boys and girls from the secondary and primary schools and the national honors and awards seemed to go pretty quickly, that was almost close to an hour. And this is why the troops were allowed to go off and get a little rest before they came back on for this next phase of the presentation. The sun has been high in the sky and doing its work. So it's good that they were able to go off and get a little respite.
And I'm sure that they would have welcomed the opportunity to not only rest their legs, but also to get some refreshments and liquid refreshments, mainly water and juice. The other type of refreshment will come after the parade.
We do know the festivities continue well into the day at numerous places.
This morning, the prayers will be led by Reverend Rosalind Harper Johnson, one of the chaplains of the Barbados Defense Force, and the pledge will be recited by
Josiah Bangura, head boy of St. Christopher, and Shalana Clark, head girl of St. Christopher Primary School.
We're now waiting on the unarmed units to march onto the parade ground also.
For those who might not know, what's the significance of a 21-gun salute?
A 21-gun salute is the most commonly recognized of the customary gun salutes that are performed by the firing of cannons or artillery as a military honor. And it all evolved from the Navy, with 21 guns came to be fired for a head of state, or in exceptional circumstances for heads of government, with the number decreasing with the rank of the recipient of the honor. So in other words, a president of a country will get a 21-gun salute. A prime minister will get an 18-gun salute, and it will come, the numbers will decrease depending on the rank of the person.
And here we are again with the colors on display.
And when we speak about a 21-gun salute, it's actually a large caliber weapon such as a cannon, and not necessarily an SLR or an M16 or an M4. But it's a cannon that is fired. And for this morning's parade, the gun saluting team is commanded by Warrant Officer Class 2 Kevin Mears and consists of Sergeant Ryan Odell, Lance Corporal Kareem Bell, Corporal Jason Springer, and Lance Leading Seaman Paul Clark.
And we're looking at the Senior Superintendent Christine Stanford, who is the parade's second in command this morning. Many firsts to take for her.
Certainly. Awaiting at the present moment to hand the parade over to the parade commander, Commander Mark Peterson. You can Pathfinder's band now leading the right half of the parade on to the parade ground. The Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides Association of Barbados, the St. John Ambulance Association of Barbados, the Barbados Red Cross, the Barbados Fire Service, the Barbados Landship Association, and the Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders. Let me take this opportunity once again to congratulate all those who receive either the leadership badges this morning or were conferred with the National Honors Awards, and also to all those who are on parade this morning.
Like the esteemed gentleman you're looking at of the Barbados Legion, celebrating 65 years in 2022.
And there is an organization within the Barbados Legion, which is known as the Barbados Poppy League, which is the fundraising arm of the Barbados Legion. And this year they're celebrating 100 years. Miss Margaret Burke leading the Girl Guides Association on parade this morning. And I would admit the Girl Guides band or drum corps also with them this morning, that in terms of numbers, where the Boy Scouts Association of Barbados and the St. John Ambulance and the Girl Guides, they were accustomed to producing at least, or I shouldn't say producing, having at least 100 personnel on parade over the years. But the numbers have reduced, and there are reasons why, mainly because of the COVID pandemic.
As the Prime Minister said in her presentation earlier, the first time that we are truly back outside without all of the restrictions that came with the COVID pandemic.
And it was also good to see the large number of members of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps on parade this morning. The various unarmed units are still being marched onto the parade ground.
And it's always very interesting to see the mounted troop. A little earlier we had them on, and one of the horses was not playing nicely at all.
Yes, these things do happen. You know that St. Lucia, Dominica, and the police forces don't have a mounted troop to escort in those countries the Governor General. So we are very pleased that we have maintained that tradition here in Barbados, and the horses are well kept. Originally, they were used to move correspondence around the island. And today they're more used when we're having spectacles or displays.
Tell us more about this part of the presentation where the parade second in command is addressing the participants in anticipation of the parade commander, Commander Mark Peterson's return.
The parade commander will now reassume command of the parade.
Excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the dignitaries take their places on the parade ground, and the detachment will march in review order afterwards. Please remain standing as we invite the Right Reverend Michael Maxwell, Bishop of Barbados, to lead us in the prayers to the nation of Barbados.
Let us pray. O God, the Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer of our lives, we humble ourselves this day in your presence as we celebrate our 56th year of independence and the first year as a parliamentary republic, and uplift to you our nation, Barbados. As a sovereign nation to which you have called us as citizens to live in righteousness, peace, and love, may we continue to acknowledge your sovereignty, that it is only in and through you that we live and move and have our being. You have protected us this year from severe loss of life due to the ongoing pandemic and from major disasters caused by climatic changes, especially that of hurricanes, even as we continue to be a nation that advocates for climate justice. We thank you for your attention, unconditional love, and mercy given to us, even when we have, over the years, fallen short of the mark or standard to which you have called us to live and serve you in freedom and in peace. We pray that your light and your truth will lead us in the paths of offering that same attention, love, and mercy towards each other as citizens of this nation and to those who shall visit our land. Give us a zeal for justice and the strength for forbearance, that we may use our liberty in accordance to your gracious will. Bless those you have given the mandate at this time to lead, protect, and develop our nation through this very difficult period in history. Strengthen, guide, and protect Dame Sandra, our President, Mia Amour, our Prime Minister, Sir Patterson, our Chief Justice, all members of the Cabinet and the Houses of Parliament, and those serving in local government. Equip and empower them by your Holy Spirit for the work you have set before them, and ever keep them mindful of their calling to serve all people of this land fairly and faithfully as they discharge their duties to ensure that the dignity, rights, development, and freedom of every person is realized. We also bring before you our judges, magistrates, and all who administer justice within our courts, that in all things they may seek to do your will in protecting the rights and freedom of our people. Give to all of those who are called to guard and protect our land, the police, the military forces, the foresight, courage, and shield and strength needed to probe and curb the rate of crime and violence in our nation, and for us as citizens to play our part in providing the necessary information to assist them in their efforts to keep us safe. We thank you for all those who, over the years, have been recognized for their yeoman service and those who have received national awards this year. May they inspire all of us as citizens to be a people who love our country, daily give of our best to make Barbados better than it was yesterday. Within our healthcare system, give skill and wisdom and patience and gentleness to our doctors and nurses and all who minister to and care for those who are mentally or physically ill at this time, that as they exercise their ministry of healing, many bodies and minds may be made whole again, and your power at work through them may be praised. Bless the public and private sectors, the businesses and entrepreneurship of our people within our island,
that all citizens will be able to find work and sustain their lives and the lives of those they care for. In educational institutions, may true knowledge, sound wisdom, and godly discipline ever be found, and our children be fed with the knowledge you desire them to receive that will enable them to develop as conscientious citizens who are ever faithful to you as they live their lives and find productive work in the future. We pray for our homes and family life, the foundation of all life, that you will grant to all parents the true spirit of love and oversight, and to children the spirit of obedience to grow in wisdom and stature and in the knowledge and love of you. Grant peace within all homes and change the hearts of those who engage in domestic abuse of any kind. Enable husbands and wives to live in mutual love and forgiveness towards each other, and may parents and children daily increase in mutual respect, understanding, patience, and charity. Within our communities and neighborhoods, help us to return to that spirit of being our brother's keeper, reaching out to the poor, the hungry, the unemployed, the lonely, the elderly, the physically challenged, the ex-offenders, and all those in need of any assistance we can offer as we call to love our neighbor as ourselves and to do unto others as we would have them do unto us. Protect our communities from any further gun violence that is especially causing many to live in fear, and speak to the hearts and minds of those who are engaging in such heinous acts, that they may turn their swords into plowshares. We thank you once again, O Father, for this day, on which you have enabled us to celebrate our nationhood as an independent parliamentary republic. As we go forward, even in the development of our new constitution and following our charter, may we continue to be ever mindful that you have been our guide for the years that have passed. And with you still on our side, we will have no doubts or fears. May we ever keep you at our side, guiding us in all our future endeavors. As we seek to serve you here, may we build our nation better than it was yesteryear. We offer these prayers to you, O Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and in the power of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Parade! Parade! Chant!
Today, we will be led by 10-year-old Shalana Clark, head girl of the St. Christopher Primary School, and 11-year-old Josiah Bangura, head boy of the St. Christopher Primary School. Please repeat after them. After them when they recite the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados.
I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados.
And to my flag.
To my flag,
to uphold and defend their honor,
to uphold and defend their honor,
and by my living, to do credit to my nation, wherever I go.
Parade will remove headdress. Remove headdress. Three cheers for Barbados. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip hip. Parade will replace headdress. Replace headdress.
standing. Her Excellency will now receive the final salute.
Presidential salute. Present.
We will now have the departure of our dignitaries. Please remain standing until the Chief Justice has departed.
So you witnessed the departure of the President of Barbados. Now the Prime Minister has gotten in to her vehicle, and she will make her way over to Parliament Yard.
Certainly. And the next dignitary to leave the parade ground will be the Chief Justice of Barbados. And he will be followed by the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police. One thing you would have noticed during the 21-gun salute and the final salute to the nation that all the flags were lowered with the exception of the presidential color, and behind the saluting dais was a large flag, Barbados flag, that was also flying. That flag represents Barbados, and the presidential color represents the President of Barbados. Hence, during the salute to the nation, for want of a better word, they were still standing.
His Honor, Mr. Patterson Cheltenham, departing in MP4. And over the years, people have really held to these numbers.
Yes. MP4. In fact, there was a time when certain ministers had vehicles assigned to them, and we had MP3. I remember.
Now, once all dignitaries have departed, the parade will march along Bridgetown to Independence Square, and all detachments are to pay compliments to the Prime Minister at the main entrance to Parliament Yard, which is why we told you that is where she should be departing to at this time.
Certainly.
Up next, the Chief of Staff, Commodore Arrington Sherland, will depart.
And the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Richard Boyce, along with his ADC ASP Pearson McConney and Lieutenant Coast Guard Gordon Maxwell, the ADC to the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defence Force.
At this time, we wish to...
Our stick orderlies are now preparing themselves for the ceremonial march to Bridgetown. Lance Corporal Cumberbatch and Lance Corporal Olton of the Barbados Regiment, and A.B. Sobers and O.S. Phillips of the Barbados Coast Guard. At the present moment, the band of the Barbados Defence Force is preparing to march the armed units off of parade and for the ceremonial march through the city.
The Honorable Mia Amor-Watley, Prime Minister of Barbados, will take the salute in National Hero Square.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have definitely enjoyed sharing this morning's program with you. As we continue this celebration of Barbados' 56th anniversary of independence and first anniversary of transitioning to a parliamentary republic, Kindly be safe in your activities, and we encourage you to view the ceremonial march through the city. Thank you, and have a happy Independence Day.
Well, you still have a little time to head out and see the ceremonial march through Bridgetown if you are in the area, or if you are so inclined. You can also continue watching online as it is streamed.
Certainly.
What an amazing day it has been, and a grand way certainly to celebrate all that Barbados has to offer and all that we have to really celebrate. Today marking the first anniversary, of course, of Barbados being a parliamentary republic and the 56th year as an independent nation. So a very fitting way to salute our little Barbados.
And we've been able to witness all that is associated with a parade of this caliber. And we must once again thank all of those who in any way contributed to the success of this parade. Certainly, CBC must say kudos for allowing those who are unable to come to Kensington Oval or even to come to Bridgetown to be able to sit back at home, perhaps with a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and watch the parade. And it was a pleasure working with you, Ms. Hines, and allowing not only Barbadians at home, but across the globe to be able to see how we do it still to this day.
It was indeed a pleasure working with you as well. I've never seen a Barbados bow tie with a flag, but I must say you carry it very, very well. And it's always a pleasure to be a part of presentations like this one on a national stage on such a significant day here in Barbados. So we're going to leave you as the troops and indeed everyone on parade get ready to make their way through the streets of Bridgetown. That's it for us from here at the Mecca, Kensington Oval, on this Independence Day. On behalf of the entire crew, God bless BIM on Independence Day.
Bye to all.